Sorry. Sorry. My voice is garbage right now. Um, I don't. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to talk. Oh, let me. I thought that the. I. I thought that without the coughing that it wouldn't be that bad, but now listening to my voice, it's worse than I thought. Hold, hold on a moment. I'm gonna go get a drink of water, see if it helps. A little better, but not by much. Let's get through this as quickly as possible. Oh yeah, I forgot. Usually because I pretty much live alone, I don't really talk. I didn't realize that my voice was this bad. Now people are gonna have something to laugh about when they listen to this. Listen to my comic book picks because my voice is gonna sound horrible. Um, the first comic on the list is the all-new Spider-Gwen, number 8. It has one variant cover. Okay, the next one is one that I definitely would get if I started with number 1, etc. The Daredevil Punisher, because you can never beat a team up with the Punisher, especially when dealing with Daredevil or Moon Knight or somebody who basically their mentalities and their aims and objectives could kind of conflict, you know, because Daredevil is more of like the hand of justice type of person, or Punisher is like the final punishment type of thing. So they're always at odds, you know. And the Daredevil Punisher, in case I did say, it's number 5. It has one variant cover. I would figure that the series is close to its end. Usually those miniseries are only like 6 to 8 issues, so I don't particularly think that it's going to go over 6, but there's a chance. Who knows? For those people who are fans of Iceman, Iceman is getting a number 1. Iceman Omega. It has 2 variant covers. Let's see here. For those people who were big into the original New Mutants, Moonstar is getting her own comic. She apparently has a number 1 coming out. Her first issue has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 variant covers. Next on the list is Nova Centurion number 5. It only has the 1 cover. Let's see here. There's a bunch of second printings of different comics. I'm not going to go over them because I don't do second printings. So I don't want to, and I leave it to individuals. If you particularly don't mind doing your second printings, feel free to check them out at your local comic store. Most comic stores don't field a full set of second printings, so you might want to go hunt various comic stores. Now I don't usually talk about Star Wars comics, but because there's going to be a Darth Maul, I'm not sure if it's going to be a movie or it's going to be a short series, but they're going to have it on Disney, and we're getting a Star Wars Shadow of Maul number 1. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 variant covers. Then after the Shadow of Maul is Amazing Spider-Man number 23. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 variant covers. So find the one that you like the best and then go from there. The next in the line is the Avengers number 36. 1, 2. It has only 2 variant covers. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, here's some of the other second printings. Not interested in those. Okay, next up, Wolverine number 17. It has 1, 2, 3 variant covers. and his main comic looks like that he's teaming up with Silver Sable. She's kind of a background character that showed up originally in Amazing Spider-Man, and she's popped in and out of the Marvel universe here and there. She is the leader of a country in which their trade for the country is mercenaries. They basically support the country on being the best mercenaries that people could buy, and I guess it's very successful for them. Okay. Now this one's going to be a little tricky because they have X-Men Annual and regular X-Men, and they messed up the order. So there's a couple of annuals that show up in the X-Men line, and so forth, back and forth. So X-Men number 26 is coming out. It has 1, 2, 3. Okay, that wasn't as hard as I thought. It has 3 variant covers. And then there's the X-Men Annual, and that one has 2 variant covers. Then there's X-Men of the Apocalypse, number 3, and that one's by itself. Okay, now going on to DC Comics. Absolute Green Lantern number 12 is coming out. It has 1 variant cover. There's also Absolute Superman number 17. 1, 2. Okay, it only has 1 variant cover. There's also Adventures of Superman Book of L number 7. It has 1, 2 variant covers. There's Batgirl number 17. Now this is something I heard I don't know if it's occurred already or if it's still going to occur, but apparently they're going to give Batgirl superpowers. Currently she's like Batman. She's expertly trained, she's highly skilled, etc. But apparently, from what they said in an interview with the writer and for future storyline, apparently they're going to give Batgirl to make her different from what she is now, or a little different from the Bat people in general. They're going to give her superhuman ability. What that ability is, don't know. I won't know until it actually happens. But if you're collecting Batgirl at the moment, which this week, like I said, is number 17, in the future you have to look forward to her getting superpowers. I would figure that basically, I would say that that her superpowers probably are 2 months away, because anything I read now is usually going to come out in the future. So usually it's about 1 to 2 months away before it actually happens. So you could get ready now, and then you could as you get the comics, hopefully the storyline will be kind of a lead up, and hopefully they have a good explanation for how she gets her superpowers and what those superpowers could be. In addition, if I didn't say so, she has 2 variant covers. Also this week is Batman number 7, and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 variant variant covers. then also, for those people who enjoyed the static or what do they call that universe? Um, I forget what. Basically, DC came out with an all-black superhero universe. I forgot the name of it off the top of my head, but apparently, I do remember I've mentioned this before on the stream. But the important thing is that Batman and Static um, team up comic number 4 is out this week. And it has only one variant cover. So those people who are fans of Static and those people who are Batman, they could see the interaction between these two heroes, which normally is they're in different universes. But I think Static, though, is one of the few characters of that universe that has crossed over into the regular DC. Okay, let's see here. There's the DC event comic, the DCKO number 5. It's out this week. And I must reiterate, it sucks being sick. More so nowadays when I seem to be constantly getting sick of, with something. But yeah, and I'm sure that you listening to my voice right now is like, yeah, he doesn't seem very happy. But most importantly, the DCKO event number 5 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 variant covers. Let's see here. There's also JSA year 1 number 17. Oh no, JSA number 17. It only has the one cover, so basically if you're following JSA, number 17's out. For those people who are collecting Poison Ivy, number 42 is out this week. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 variant covers. I don't know if anybody's following this. This is kind of DC's side project of kind of more adult versions of comic books. They're not really connected to the superhero universe, but they are a DC comic, and people tend to pick them up. The Nice House by the Sea, number 8, is out this week. It has one variant cover. I don't think I've actually mentioned this comic in previous things. I think that this comic most likely has been delayed because over a month's time of doing this, I've never seen this title once, and apparently it's on issue 8, so I would think that I would have at least mentioned number 7, so it's kind of, so I guess if you were waiting for it, it's out this week, so I wouldn't miss it, because if it's this inconsistent in its releases, they'll probably go fast. Okay, now this is a weird one. For those people who are collecting the villains of Disney, I don't know if there's too many of them, but the one and only Gaston comic number 1 is out this week, and like I said, I'm not sure if there's any other male villains in the Disney roster of villains, but Gaston is one of the few male villains of the Disney universe, and he's getting his own comic. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 variant covers. So find the one that appeals to you the most, and then be happy. I don't think that many comic stores will have all 9 covers, but if you're lucky, maybe somebody went all out. Now here's one that, like, if I had a chance to have gotten this comic, I would have. Gargoyles crossover with Darkwing Duck #3 is out this week. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 variant covers. Also this week is Thundar the Barbarian #3, another comic if I had the opportunity I would get. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 variant covers. So find the one that you like the best and pick it up. Thundar the Barbarian was one of the bigger influences for people who played the Gamma World from TSR games, the board game. There was a number of different inspirations for that game, and Thundar the Barbarian was one of the best or better inspirations for how the world probably would look if something should happen. Let's see here. Also out this week, if you collect Spawn Dark Ages #6 is out. It has 1 variant cover. For those people who are collecting Walking Dead, Walking Dead Deluxe #132 is out this week, and it has 3 variant covers. Oh, here's a good one that I have mentioned before. Godzilla Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Team Up #4 is out this week, and it has 1, 2, 3 variant covers. Oh, this is special. If you love Cult of the Lamb, the computer game, apparently they have a Cult of the Lamb comic that they're releasing this week. I do not know if it's ongoing series or mini-series or what. All I know is that it has 3 variant covers. I know that there's a lot of people who love Cult of the Lamb because of its content, its quirky humor and stuff like that. So if you're interested in it, if you want to get something Cult of the Lamb related, apparently they have a comic book now. Okay, and with that, that seems to be the end of the My Comic Book Picks segment for this week. So thanks to everybody who's come by and is interested in it. Okay. Let's now get into Diablo. I don't know if there's any fans of Hassan out there, but Hassan has made some comments that basically, if you support Iran and do not support Trump's trying to free the true Iranians from Islam, you should go out and buy
Good place for us to
some
regroup.
some remote control devices, drones, and you should attack someplace in America. And this is, I would say, the most insane, stupid thing Hassan has ever said. And I hope that it gets him arrested, because he is inciting people to actually do something that is, very dangerous and could be harmful to other people. And if that doesn't get him banned permanently from his IP, then I don't know what. And I also found out something also, is that apparently Hassan is not even, he's an immigrant. I forget what country he comes from. But apparently, his anti-American views come from the fact that, his family immigrated here. So this is another, I don't know if he's a citizen either. But this is an example of why we need, to better screen these people. And he's allowed to talk all he wants about how he doesn't like this or that about the government, but when he starts coming to the point where he's giving people instructions on how to be a terrorist in America, that I'm sure will draw a legal line somewhere. So who knows? We'll see. All I know is that if it's true that Valkyrie and her sister actually like this putz, then I feel sorry for Valkyrie. She must. She must be. Or she's attracted to like the worst kind of magic. Interested in she's awesome. I don't she blocked me. Because if that is like the worst. That's the worst way to reason to want to. she is, and or basically it's like just like this situation. There's things that America's not perfect, but there isn't a country on the planet, that's a perfect country. Because look at the line of bullshit that like, oh really? Like Black Panther. The country, we're gonna rebuild Africa to be all this better and everything. But you know how many people have been killed? How many Christians and stuff like that have been assassinated there? How many black people have been killed just because they don't fall in line with and that's not even talking about the racism against white people going on. So yeah, they're going to be a real strong mirror of you, Wakanda.
Perhaps a prize inside.
There's a woman. She believed that America was so racist against black people, and so she decided to leave the country. Russia was so tolerant, etc. of black people. But she never did research. She never looked into Russia, and it's like I said. People think that China is they're this blah blah blah. No, they're not. If you're a black person, you go to China. If you're a black person, you go to Russia. Worse than America, because they'll actually go out and beat the shit out of you. I mean, you think America is bad? You don't know. I'm lying to you. Just like you think it is. When they find new people in Iran, these trans people are like, oh, Islamic and they'll love you, they'll be tolerated and stuff like that. The rule in Iran is that if we find a gay person, their hands or whatever, we stone them to death. Excuse me. So I mean, like I said, do your research. I'd hate for these people. I mean, I feel sorry for them if they feel like they're being persecuted or whatever, that they have to leave America, or for whatever reason, or the area which they come from, because they don't feel comfortable, whatever. They think that they could find a better life somewhere. America was the first to be more acceptant toward gay people, and there's so many countries out there that is a lot. You think America, I mean, for the longest time, if you beat up gay people, it's illegal. I mean, it might not seem like that the police. But I mean, at least the people who go to jail. There's some countries that people love. You can beat the shit out of people, and not only will the police go over and they'll block the person who did it. I mean, you have to know your shit. I mean, like I said, I've known gay people, and I feel sorry for them. I don't, when I deal with the ones I knew, you know, I don't sit there and feel sorry for them. You know, I mean, as a group, as you know. But the point being is that gay people, if you're looking for a country that accepts you, don't go to a communist country. First of all, there's no communist country that I know of that puts up with gay people. Secondly, you know, I wouldn't know what best, but the thing is that America, a couple of years ago, was mentioned. You know, people, we talk, people at work. We were talking about basically up to a few years ago, in places like the Philippines, in Argentina, because I've worked with a lot of people who are migrants from different places, you know, and stuff like that, India. And they said that basically in their areas, all of them, you know, they said basically we beat up. We don't tolerate gay people. I mean, things could have changed since then, but you know, but still, I mean, because I'm sure like America, you know, a lot of people probably, you know, made it illegal, because there's no why hit a gay person? Why be so afraid of a gay person that you'll beat them up? But still, just the general tone of, or feeling of not being appreciated, you know, in certain countries will still be there, even if they're no longer beating up, you know, gays. You know, and my thing is that, you know, as far as I know, the two countries which have gone a long way to helping gays feel more, you know, accepted, or have tried to make gays feel more accepted, is America and Canada. And the only reason why Canada is you know, gets off so is because there's so much distance between, you know, if you go to Canada, you know, the distance between neighbors and stuff like that is still pretty far. You know, Canada is you know, you still have the big yards and you could live in a place which is like, you know, you're far away from your neighbors. So, you know, to be a gay person and live out there is kind of like, you know, well, nobody sees you, so therefore why would we care if you're gay or not, you know? So my thing is that Canada, because of the recent government situation and the recent actions that they've taken, the free healthcare is not free. First of all. Second of all, it's not an excuse to be belittled, treated like trash and garbage by your own government. And they should just they should just become our 51st state. And yeah, it'll be a little different. But rather than waiting 16 hours to get to have a checkup, free checkup, you'll get into your doctor faster. I mean, you might have to pay a little money. But the thing is that as time goes on, and because you're your own state government can create a situation where the free medical is still there, because states have the ability to provide for their own citizens, free services depending on how they want to finance them. And Canada has a lot of untapped resources, and assuming that they become a state, they could, whoever is in charge, if he has half a brain and really cares about his state, he could tap some of those resources. America will help him out with the logistics, and I'm sure there's a lot of American corporations that will love to go to Canada and help them, free up some of those resources. And, they could be happy and have their free medical. Just because the state governments of in America are shit right now, and have been shit for a while, doesn't mean that they couldn't be better, that they couldn't do things that can uplift America, rather than, because there's no reason why, say, Ohio, which people consider a very boring state, couldn't do a big makeover and turn them into themselves into a big cyberpunk utopia, but it takes the government wanting to do that. And the problem is that we don't, at the moment, a lot of these governors are stuck in their very old ways, and they don't want to do they don't want to put their necks out, because a lot of people like tradition, and to do these big modernizations, a lot of the traditional people in some of these older states, they get all upset. And then of course, if you're a politician and you upset these people, you're going to lose votes, and then you're not a governor no more. So I mean, some of it is not just the political people being thieves. It's because the people who are there, the regular public, they're stupid. They say they want something, but whenever somebody's all, okay, I could make this happen, then they turn around and they say, no, we don't want to change anything. We like everything the way it is. And it's like, what the fuck? And that's the problem. We want those shiny towers. We want the LED lights. But not in my neighborhood, or not in my state. So if you were a politician, how the hell would you get anything done? I mean, I want it, but I don't want it. But no. But my life is comfortable as it is. I don't know. I don't know if I want it to change. And that's the problem. That's America. That's the real reason why America doesn't, still has a lot of old, don't have a lot of places with fancy high-tech buildings and stuff. stuff like that. So in a way, I know people are upset about it anyways, but they'd be upset about it regardless. Somebody would have to come around and somebody would have to, we're just going to do this. And, you know, people might not like it. People might think it's too glitzy, glary, whatever. But and just do it, you know, and not. That's the only way you can grow sometimes. And like I said, it's America's own fault. And the only way to get away from it, and you just gotta do it. You just don't give people the say anymore, or you don't give them the say for the small stuff. You only give them the say for the big stuff. Like in America, there's no reason we couldn't have all. And the only reason why we don't is because nobody wants to decide. Nobody wants to decide, you know, oh, whose river do we dam? Oh, what environmental effect would that cause? What you know, what's this? Or I don't want it through my town. I don't want it through my county. I don't want it through this. I don't want it through that. And even if you make it possible that it doesn't interfere with the lives of the regular people, etc., people will still not be happy with it. So, in general, the government, etc., it's like, why do we try? Because in technicality, America has the technology. They just find a strip of land. On one side of the land, they dig a big trench. Then they dig a big hole. And when they're done, they build a power plant underground next to that hole. And they run water through that trench. And it becomes a artificial river, and it becomes a powering waterfall powered dam like thing. And they could have a pump at the bottom sending the water right back to the top in a perpetual circle. And as long as they make it so that the water pump at the bottom uses a small amount of electricity compared to what they generate, you could power whole towns and cities doing that. And they could do it there's a lot of deserts in America. There's a lot of empty places in America. They could do this anywhere. And not only that, but they could where you have water, you could put plants to help make the place nicer. I mean, there's a lot of other things you could do. They put black plastic balls into the Southern California reservoir to prevent evaporation, etc., to keep the water cool and keep pests out and stuff like that. Why didn't they just put a solar panel over the place so that pests can't get in, people can't get in there, so that shades it from evaporation? Then they could have generated electricity, and they could have helped the reservoir, and then it wouldn't take other people's take other people's land. You wouldn't have to waste other people's land on it. And they could have done that, and then they wouldn't have to replace the stupid balls every so many years, months, whatever. You don't have to worry about them blowing around and all that stuff, because they'd have this solar powered paneled cover. But I don't know. America has all these genius people, but it seems like when you really need them the most, they're not available, or they're not that smart when you really need them. Their intelligence is when you leave them alone, give them some distance. They seem to be able to dream up anything that you want dreamed up. But when it comes to the clutch, to get things done, to do things right, it's like, where are they? What happened? And not only that, but I mean, I must admit that if you're working with the government, etc., working with the government would give any genius level person a headache. I'm sure that working with the government, trying to figure out the best way, almost a trial of endurance. In some ways, they've been up there. In California, they've been up in the hills for a long time. And so far as I can tell, that's never happened. Not only that, it shouldn't have been a problem. But there's places in Texas where they're ditching those blades because all of a sudden, what happened? They're not as recyclable as they said that they were. Basically, they take so much energy to recycle that some places are there's a lot of other things that America is doing wrong in general, in California too. And it's like the garbage thing too. Oh yeah, we got to separate recycles and this and that, but then you got somebody coming in, and basically he's pretty much saying that when you put the stuff in the recycle, when they go dump the trash, it's all going to the same landfill. So what's the point of recycling? I guess the only exception is batteries and like needles and stuff, because they're the only thing but apparently everything that's picked up by the garbage truck, that's all going to the same landfill. So why they want us to separate this. People who do much better projects, the stuff we go, like I said, as soon as you put your recycle back, they're going to pick through that bottle. That's recycled. Those are the only people who the government, when it comes to recycling. I mean, China did it dangerously where they but I mean, we do shit like that too. They could create a power plant. You throw all your gas. Anything that burns cleanly, you could burn it all. And and especially if it's renewable materials, why not? You're not losing anything. But America seems to put no value on doing stuff like that. And I you speak it all it's not the American. It's because once the immigrants get along, then they who do you think is putting napkins out their car window when napkins? Where do you think all the garbage on the side of the road comes from? I've seen so much of that shit. I mean, I keep a little cup in my car for garbage so that I don't have to worry about it. Whenever I go to a gas station, I just hop off the wall and I just throw it. So it doesn't be... Yeah, like I said, you talking about a smuggler. I'm not going to bother to take care of my garbage, like a regular person. I'm just going to throw it out. Let the people who clean up the side of the road take care of it. I mean, they could all claim that, oh no, you're just being racist or whatever. But you know who first told me that shit? Because I don't bring that stuff up, to my friends. That's a subject that, I don't, unless a friend brings it up, I don't talk about it. I rather talk about, better subjects. But the point being is that, my friend who was actually Mexican was telling me about that, about his thoughts on it. Basically let the people on the side who have to clean up the side of the road do it. They were being smug about it. It's not just the Mexicans. Filipinos, Indians, even Americans do it. Oh, this is too dirty. I don't want it in my car. I'm too much of in a hurry. I'm too much this, too much that. I'll just throw it out the window and let somebody else deal with it. Because I'm too special. The world revolves around me. And, if you ever wonder why there's so many wars on the planet, if you ever wonder why humans can't get along, that's why. It's simple. People don't have to look very far. Just look in the mirror. When's the next time that, the next time you start saying something like, oh yeah, I'm above all this, the rules don't apply to me. Take a selfie and say, yes, I'm the biggest motherfucker, on the planet. And you know, I'm the cause of all the wars and all the disagreements and all the stuff too. You know, because it's true. That's where the human race still is fucked up. You know. Why can't we get along? Why can't you throw away a napkin that you just used? You know.
Came up nice.
Why do you think so lowly of those people who have to clean it up because they got a speeding ticket, whatever, and they want to, you know, they have to do their time. You know. Why do you think you're so much better than them? I mean, let's put it this way. What is the biggest problem in America right now? I mean, I could tell you, it's very simple. You hear about every day somebody comments about it. My own brother listens to a podcast that all they talk about is this shit. And I'm like, why do you listen to this? Because God is just a loss. Just hates Trump. He does a lot of things wrong.
Hatred
He is overbearing. I mean, he's gonna get his if you talk about business criminality, he's gonna get his, but before he can get everything he does, everything he does, everybody treats it. It's like I said, let's put when Obama was president, ICE was enforcing immigration, and they made some mistakes. Homeland Security made some mistakes under Obama, but it was never a big deal. Homeland Security under Obama pulled the kid over because of the fact that he got suspicious components. He wanted to build a clock that was accurate, just like and because of the components that he trying to create a timeline device. So basically Obama had to apologize to that. Because he scared the parents, he scared the kid. They have to explain why. Nobody, there were no riots in the streets, no panics, And the thing is that Obama's people were like, ICE agents were low for too long. all of a sudden, because Trump is Trump, oh my God. We can't have it. We can't have this happen. He frees he helps people from dictatorship. What thanks does he get from the left? Nothing. The people in the country that he helped, they're happy. They're happy that he came and took Maduro. Maduro was starving. He was milking him for all he had. And the, Trump's a bad person. He just wanted oil, and this and that. It's like, he wanted the oil. Look at how he helped those people. I mean, he didn't go the extra mile. He should have put a better person in charge of that country. Let them have their elect their own government type of thing. One that wouldn't put them back in chains. The lieutenant in charge. That to me was the only mistake he really made. At least America's watching, so that this lieutenant. But like I said, the most important thing is, he didn't, the only people that got hurt, those people in America who just wanted to trash on Trump. That everything he does is better. My thing is that, my thing is that if he manages to do something right, if he manages to do something right, I'm not gonna say he didn't, but when it comes to the people out there, he does right things, and people still say he's doing wrong. He like the joke that keeps going on the internet. He's trying to help the people of Iran. He's not trying to take over Iran. It's not a colony thing, blah, 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 all the propaganda shit. He's trying to help the people of Iran, in addition to, of course, there's national security issues involved. I understand them. They're fairly simple, straightforward. But, oh no, Trump's a warmonger. Oh no, he's this and that. There's 40,000 people who got killed by the regime because they protested that they didn't want to wear burqas. He tried to find a way to help these people. Because no matter what he did, no matter which way he went, people would bitch and cry and say, oh no, he's horrible, we can't let him do this. Why do you think the true people of Iran are happy that Trump is there? Where dumb shit American people who hate Trump, that the only reason why they're unhappy is because they hate Trump, and he's making other people happy because he's doing something right. Because we're not, and the funny thing is that people will call us an oppressor, but we're not oppressing anybody. We're freeing a group from. Trump is freeing the second country from oppression. The first country was what, Argentina. The second country is now Iran. They're being oppressed. But he can't get a win, because that'd be horrible. But it's okay. You're gonna let those, these idiots, these politicians, and, leftists or whatever they call themselves in America are going to let people die, over thousands of women who bravely stood up to the regime. They wouldn't let them die. They wouldn't really let them leave them out to dry. With no help, no chance of rescue. Because if Trump looks capable, oh my God, it might undermine, their whole rationale for living, or something. I mean, it's bad enough that the people who hate Trump, don't care about living anyways. They're into that social suicide, which I don't understand. Don't have babies, because that means that America will live. Humankind will can't have that. Support Americans. Oh no, not that either. Americans are the worst. Even though we're the people who are supposed to be the government officials, people are supposed to be maintaining the country. We hate our own country. And that's basically Democrats. Oh no, America got stolen land. They're evil. Let me put it this way. America got stolen land. I mean, in all technicality, as far as our ancestors go, America was bought and paid for. Now, if the Americans didn't want to sell, they should have sold it. I mean, literally. A lot of the stuff is if you wanna really be mad at about the Indians, like I said, I hate the ability to do it because it's them that fucked everything up. The Indians. Because when Mayflower and its sister ships went back and left colonies, they eventually found out that you could survive the whole year, and we think we could do it again. And they said, well, we're going to start sending people. We gotta make sure that impoverished lords and ladies and sent so they from my what do you think got? It's like I said, the American Indians had no problem with the first set of settlers because they weren't an issue. They are actually friendly, you know. They got along. But all the junior lords, junior ladies, the minor criminals that came over after, who were like, oh, I want this plot, I want that plot. Indians are in my way. I'll just have to fix that. Because the original program was stealing, but the maps that came out, they were the stealers.
Perhaps a prize inside.
Oh, and it's funny, this white superiority shit. Well, white superiority shit, they got all the black superiority shit. You know, because it was the black people who you know, enslaved blacks in the first place, and they wanna with their black superiority, they're trying to blame whites for their own shit that they started. Oh yeah, but you know, white people had us last. What? Just because the black people, you know, we're all black, so, you know, it would have been okay with black people. But because we were sold to whites, that's not the same. You know. But I mean, literally, their own people enslaved them. But yeah, they're always black. You know, black people who you know, we're the people who got white superiority, you know, thrown down on us, you know, type of thing. And it's like, what? The black slaves, when you know, the first group, it was like, oh, you guys are the Dutch, you know, you guys, you know, don't want anything we have to offer, etc. Blah blah blah, and basically it's like, well, you know, we could give you these slaves. We don't need them. You know, maybe you could find a use for them. And the Dutch were going to say no, and the black people the black kings were like, okay, we'll kill them then. We don't need them either. They're falling out of the trees for us. And then the Dutch said, okay, we'll take them and find a use for them. And then, of course, the slavery started from there. But I mean, like I said, slavery wasn't a white thing. It was all over the world thing. You know, and if you're talking about blacks being in America. That's not a, that's, white people didn't, oh, I'm going to go to Africa. Oh my God, I'm a white person and I'm enslaving blacks and it's here, you know, it's my manifest destiny and blah, blah. No. White people were already in America and they didn't have slaves at first. They didn't even know that slaves existed from Africa. The Dutch brought them later. And of course, like I said, those deposed nobles, I'll take slaves. I could have them help me with my plantations. Think of how rich I could be, you know, with cotton and this and that Europe needs so badly. Reparations, my ass. If they want reparations, they should try to find those descendants of those black kings. And you know, after he ran to Europe or ran to wherever after he was overthrown by the very slaves that they had in overabundance, you know, try to see if these guys have any money left. Get your reparations from your own people, because they're the people who, you know, basically took you away from your tribes, told you to stop picking lice out of your ass, stop hunting, you know, for game in the morning, because you're primitive. You know, we're the advanced people. You know, because your kings and queens were the advanced. You guys were the primitive. You were slaves because you were the fodder. You were the jungle dwellers, you know, that were in the way. And like I said, I myself would love to know where all those noble, you know, black people from Nubia and all those places that before they got sacked by their, you know, when those slaves rebelled. I want to know where all those rich, you know, motherfuckers went to.
Arms.
I want to know what country took them in, because you know that like I said, there was black
Fair
people
trade.
that were royalty back then, that walked down the street of England, walked down the street of France, Belgium, wherever, and they saw the black slaves toiling and all that stuff, and they said, "Oh, that's good. You put them to work. You know, is there any chance that you want more of them? You know." And, you know, you knew that those European, you know, magistrates and stuff were kissing their ass. You know, that those black people supplying the slaves were treated like gold, because they, you know, and then what? The black people, when freed, they turn around and they say, oh no, it was white people were responsible. No, we're responsible for you being free.
Be
Because when
wary
you
on the
rebelled
road.
in Africa, you know, us white people in Europe and stuff said, hey, it is wrong for you to be slaves, and you know,
That's good
we're
salvage.
going to get rid of this.
Can I help you?
My understanding,
Well struck. Farewell.
slaves
and
were
good
starting to
fortune.
be respected in France first. I don't know if there was another country that was starting to, you know, realize that slaves was not right. But from what I understood, France was the one that was starting to treat black people who were slaves as real people, because for the longest time slaves weren't even considered humans. I'd hate to say this, but you know, there's some black people in government who preach all that white, anti-white shit, who basically they don't know their history either, because or else they'd be like, you know, very silent on the fact that you know, hey, you know, didn't you read? Didn't you go to, you know, study history? You know, didn't you know that your own people fucked you guys? That the only reason why you're here is because you were the dumbasses. You were the cavemen to their advanced civilization. They had swords and crossbows. You had what? Sticks that were sharpened at one end. That's what happened. You know, and you were in the way, basically. You know, your black cousins, relatives, brothers, whatever. They had the shiny swords and the metal cups and all that stuff. You had the shit. That's why you ended up being a slave. And believe me, there are some black people who know that. It just seems that there is a contingent of black people that want the free handouts, want to be pitied, want the, you know, oh, I don't want to work. I want that, you know, I want that free, you know, whatever I could get, you know. Oh, I was so persecuted. I was a slave. I was this, I was that. And, you know, there are black people that look at them and they're going, you were no slave, motherfucker. You know, your grandparents weren't even slaves. Your grandparents, you know, your grandparents' grandparents didn't even see slavery, you know. But, you know, there's some groups like that in the world that, you know, they were slaves, but forever. You know, they've been freed for thousands of years, you know, from their quote, you know, oppressive slaver, you know, whatever. But they'll always, oh yeah, I was a slave to Egypt. We were slaves to this person or that person. Because let's put it this way. The quote Jews, the people that everybody looks favorably upon. You know, the group that gave us Jesus Christ and the Catholic religion and all that stuff. You know, which spun all from their parts from their history. They own slaves. So, what does that tell you? Also, do you think that white people were never slaves? White people were enslaved. Hell, where do you think that the Colosseum came from? You know, white people enslaved white people. They threw them in the Colosseum for sport. The people in the Middle East, when they captured, when Roman soldiers crossed into their lands, and they beat the shit out of their armies and stuff like that. Do you think that they weren't enslaved? I mean, Italians are white people. They were enslaved. They were forced to fight in pits and stuff like that for their slave masters from the Middle East. Do you think that the people from the Middle East didn't take slaves? They took slaves. Egypt was a big enslaving group, and so was other people, other countries in the Middle East. They enslaved people. They enslaved whites from the Mediterranean. It was not only one race. It was all sorts of people. And like I said, the people who stopped slavery in general, or stopped most of it, was the white people. The white people turned around and said, no, this is not right. This should be stopped. And the white people are the ones who crusaded around the world saying, hey, put an end to slavery, etc. But after all this time, now this is the 21st century, after all that work and hard struggle to do that, what is the left trying to do? They're trying to support Islam, where basically they want to bring back slavery. So
Dark days upon us. You need a proper weapon.
It's like they say, hey, you vote for them. You say yes, because what do Islamics do? They enslave people. They enslave women especially. And the Democrats seem to be okay with it. And especially why? Because it hurts Trump. And it temporarily gets them votes, no matter how much damage it does to the country. They don't care as long as they get into government. If you're talking about people with no exit plan, no exit strategy, let's put it this way.
Perhaps a prize inside.
They bring all these Mexicans out. They get them to vote Democrat. They do what they're told. They get all that stuff. The Democrats at least in California, that's the way it works. The Democrats look the other way. Then they get educated. With their hard work, etc., they become, successful. And they start doing money and this and that. And they start realizing, why vote Democrat when voting and then Democrats, increasing numbers of Republican voters. Why? Because they get something out of it. Why wouldn't a poor minority vote Democrat? They get food stamps. They get housing assistance. They get medical. They get dental. Why wouldn't when they work a little and they know how the system works, they build up their businesses and they start making that money, then they realize Democrats do no restrictions. They keep me from being bigger and more successful. They keep money from me left and right. And with them I can't get ahead. But turning get away from taxes. They want a small government. They don't want to be doing all these rules. And then after that, the Republican Party grows and the Democratic Party shrinks again. And then the Democratic Party has to look for more fodder to pump into the system. And they don't care if their kids have to work in a sweatshop, or if they have to at first, do the backbreaking work at the local farms. Democrats don't care. Just give me those votes. And that's the problem. It's becomes too easy for them. And that's why they brought in the Islamics. Because the Islamics, they look at, oh, they're stupid. They'll easily vote Democrat. And they don't realize that, yeah, they might have a lower IQ per se, but they're not stupid, like they think. These people know how to con people. They know how to trick people. Their very religion teaches them how to lie. And the problem is that they don't realize how dangerous they are, and they have no exit strategy. Literally, when their positions start getting replaced by other Islamic people, and the Islamic presence grows in the government because of their dumb actions. Let's put it this way. We have a representative in Congress right now. He's obviously a Chinese CCP person. He's calling for the destruction of the government. And it's probably more because the Chinese put him in there than anything else. He's the Chinese mole in the American government. And the words, that's exactly what Islam is going to do. They already have a Somalian in there. They're Islamic too. So sooner or later, just like, what's his name from New York? It's all of a sudden, mayor of New York, mayor of Washington, mayor of Colorado, wherever the Islamics go, there's going to be a new mayor, because then eventually you're going to have an Islamic president. After a few kids, they'll have kids that are American citizens. And those American citizens will eventually replace Trump, and then what will the Democrats do? Do they have an exit plan? Do they have an exit strategy? Is it something that they don't think they'll live long enough to see? It's not going to take long. In 10 years' time, see how many Islamic people, because of the Democrats, are in government and controlling things. It's not going to take long. Then in 20 years, 25 years, you'll see the first generation of the Islamics in America. And they'll be taking over schools, they'll be taking over businesses. Four kids per family. Americans right now, because of the economy and because of all the money we're paying to money-grubbing assholes, we barely afford one kid. 2 kids, almost laughable. literally, I had friends that the mother and the husband had to both work to support one kid because of all the money it takes just to raise one kid. And they even had the grandmother help with watching the kid when needed. So you tell me how a family nowadays, with the burden that these corporations keep putting on us like it's nothing. Oh no, they could absorb it. They have no problem. We deserve that money more than them. It should be ours, type of thing. How do you think that people are going to be able to afford 2 kids? Then you have groups, like I said, like the Islamics. They don't care. They'll leech off your family support stuff from your Democrats. They'll leech off your social services and all that stuff. They'll make it happen. They'll eat rice for the whole time they're here, type of thing. But the words, they'll definitely have the kids. They'll starve to have the kids. And not only that, but they'll starve to spread their religion. Because they know that after a while, if there's enough people in the religion, they'll be able to eat more. Because once the religion gets big enough, they get more power, they get more resources, etc. And of course, with that, more food. I mean, it doesn't take a mathematician, it doesn't take a sociologist to figure that out. And I'm amazed that the Democrats are so stupid. And I'm amazed that the Republicans are not smarter, that they're not dealing with it faster. And not only that, but they're not calling out the Democrats. After Obama's big speech, oh yeah, the Islamics have been with us since the very beginning of this country. No, they haven't. You're full of shit. That they will come and they will aid us greatly and blah blah. No, they might aid your party for one election, maybe 2, but they're not going to help you, and they're going to definitely fuck America. When I was ignorant and didn't know as much as I do now about the mistakes that Obama made with Iran, with Islam and stuff like that, I thought Obama was a fairly good president. I didn't have any issue with him. And then I find out all this shit that I didn't know, or I was maybe too busy going to school, maybe too busy working. But now I know, that he opened the door to the Somalians. He opened the door to Islam. And that's the biggest mistake. And I also now know that, contrary to what people say, black people can be racist, because I do know that they are racist to their own kind. So I'm sure that they can be racist to other people. And I definitely know that Barack Obama's wife is racist. Or at least she comes across as racist. And I remember a time in which people used to love her so much that it's like, oh, I think she should be the next president, etc. She should run. And now, nah, if she runs, I don't wanna. I'm not gonna vote for her. I don't wanna. Have her put her black superiority on me. Okay, let's try to do something fun. Oh, hold on. I know what I was going to do. Let's go after the beast in ice. I went after Zur last time. Yeah, the glacier fisher. Oh, let's put the glaciers out of this. People have a lot of opportunity, and this and that. Black people are forced to. Just like women, who decides women's fashion? Who decides this and that? It's not all men. And then when women suffer because of the quote women's fashion, who gets blamed? Oh, men designed it. But the words not all fashion is created by men. And not only that, but the thing is that you could have said no. Cause like this nose ring shit, no man told a woman that she's attractive because she has a damn nose ring. That had to have been a woman thing. If you're talking about a woman who wants to make a woman look stupid or look ugly, that's the nose ring. whole reason why there was a couple women back in the day. The only reason why they were considered attractive for tattoos is because people in these women were porn stars. They literally catered to the lowest common denominator. So these women, basically, they got sick of the woman. They wanted to cut back. They wanted to, so they went out and they got tattoos. Thinking that they make themselves look ugly. People don't want them. But it backfired because the people like degenerate shits in the porn industry. The tattoos were considered, oh, she made herself look more exotic, and they liked her more. And then all of a sudden, women had to have tattoos. But nobody could tell them that, hey, you know, the men that you're going to attract that love those tattoos, they're going to be the lowest common denominator. You're talking about the women beaters, the simps, the desperate, this and that. But you can't tell that to a woman. All she knows is that, hey, this woman was found. She got this one. I want to be a blah blah. What sex was the teacher who took the class to protest? Yeah, she was 100% correct. Taking all those kids in a dangerous situation, like confrontation with the ice,
That easy.
like nothing could have gone wrong. But Maybe you can check out Hillary Clinton too. What was her comment? Oh, there's a bunch of
You've won! This is just...
And of course, the biggest thing, which I mean is obvious, a lot of a lot of this is to distract us from the Epstein files, because now Trump is too busy to focus on them. Time, before the Iranian strike, did you hear about the the Epstein files?
You can take what's left.
Which, like I said, is funny because I mean, until we get some proof, people keep saying that he
Came apart nice.
raped children and this and that, but like I said, currently there's no young lady saying that
That could
that is
solve
the
it.
case, and there's no paper evidence. I mean, he did hang out with Epstein. He apparently, was friendly with Epstein, but currently there is no
Came apart nice.
proof of pedophilia. There's no proof of. Yes, he is a dirty old man, but there's a lot of dirty old men. Because the only thing that's for sure at the moment, which is not something that the Democrats like, but apparently Trump was the first guy to blow the whistle on Epstein. So in other words, he actually called the police on him. So the words, it's hard to say. Oh yeah, I'm gonna destroy this one. My thing is that before I'll condemn him, I want there to be proof. And I'm not going to be like all these people saying that, oh yeah, it's because he's Trump. What does that mean? Because he breathes air, he's guilty. I don't want to be like,
That's good salvage.
I don't want to point a finger at a person unless I know.
It is done.
What did the person say? That you got to remember when you're pointing a finger at somebody, that you're pointing that you're pointing 3 fingers back at yourself. You know, you're pointing one at him, and then you're pointing or her, but you're pointing 3. You know, at yourself. So, you know, you shouldn't point the finger. I forgot which person said that, but the words, yeah, told me that. And like I said, I already recognize that politicians have hatred toward actors. And since Trump was an actor, because he's not a politician, by trade,
Well struck.
politicians hate him. Now, if Trump was a politician,
Farewell,
that'd be one thing.
and good
but
fortune.
Since he's not, They didn't like Schwarzenegger either. Schwarzenegger was making all sorts of good calls, but they didn't want to listen. They didn't like anything he said. And everything he said, they took offense servers.
Did you truly think all of this would be that easy?
Again. Now there's proposed increase in attacks. 5% in order to supply funding for
My rage.
national health care. Some other things. All I could say is that as long as it doesn't
It's just the beginning.
Okay, I have space.
this would be that easy.
Yeah.
No escape.
It doesn't have an advanced attack, but it's just that you become super safe. Just jump up in the air and you come down. Come down and do some
Struggles only fuel my rage. We'll make all your products for cheap. You don't have to manufacture nothing. We will take it. We all. But they didn't realize what that meant. Ooh, I got a ancestral. Well, yeah, of course, it's ancestral. I got a mythic. I got another Shroud of the False Death. And pretty much as they're going. It's just like right now, they're offering this military hardware to all their quote. But they're not telling them their military hardware doesn't work. They're basically the Chinese are like those fake vendors on Facebook. They show you nice pictures of the shit, but when you actually order it, it's like second-rate garbage. You know, when it comes in the mail,
You can take what's left.
You're just lucky if it looks, 25% like the picture that they had. And then the week after you order it, of course that shop disappears from Facebook. And of course it always says on the last page, these items are made in America. But that's a lie.
That's good salvage.
They're not made in America at all, because when you get the shipping information, it all comes from China. That's why you got to be very careful when
nice.
you go to those Facebook stores. The only one that is halfway legit that I did business with was Mertroid. And of course, if you ever see the official Nike advertisement, or official Adidas or Converse or whatever, those are legit, of course. But you're talking about some of the sideline stuff. No, a lot of them are probably fake, or at least three of the about 3 of the 4 that I ordered stuff from were fake. And of course, once you order, they, like I said, they're gone. They don't show up again, because they know that they're fake after getting after they get revealed.
because it's only a matter of time, and then somebody you know, reports them. And of course, once that happens, you know, you know, they close up shop, and then they change their names. Yeah, they were showing pictures of the so-called advanced Chinese radar system and stuff like that they saw in Iran, and it's like that's your quantum radar, and the U.S. military is like, they said that they were supposed to be able to detect our stealth fighters and stuff like that, and it didn't do shit. My thing is that if we ever do have a conflict with China, if we manage to, you know, annihilate half of like a group of military people that they send out, you know, to confront us, you know, they'll probably cry and go home, you know, because that's been their trademark move. Basically, once they start taking losses, you know, they buckle. That's the reason why they sit in China. They're letting the other countries harass America, to see if they could get advantage. Because they wanna like do a quick backstab. They don't wanna do a full confrontation, because a full confrontation they lose their nerve. If America hit them hard and strong, I have a feeling that they would collapse, that their army would disperse, and that basically after that, all it would take is just America to keep hitting them as they run, and then the war would be over. The only thing that you got to worry about is if they get desperate or cry too much and they use a nuclear weapon. And then that's a question that I was thinking, that because uranium is so rare in the world anyways, does Russia really have as many nuclear weapons as they say? And China too. I mean, uranium doesn't grow on trees. It's not all over the place. They might have access to uranium, etc., but I don't think that they have the raw materials to build huge stockpiles of these weapons. They might have enough uranium for a few, but but I have a strange feeling that a lot of it was for show. That it's like they really don't have. They just have shells or whatever that they like to roll out every so often. Okay, let me check chat. It's been a while. Okay.
Nothing. Good, which is in a way good and in a way bad. Um, I would have liked that, you know, I wouldn't mind if somebody just said hello or just posted an emoji, but I guess not today. Um, now, in general, even though I have spoken about black people in general, and you know, based off of the social media stuff, a lot of the black people I've known since I was little were actually nice. They were actually kind and friendly. I've never had a problem with, you know, there was one time, you know, a couple times in high school maybe that there was a bad one that wanted to be gangster, etc. And you know, but it never really ended up badly, you know, and he himself, you know, it was obvious that he was just trying to show off, you know, just trying to be a big man type of thing. So I never really cared, you know, enough to hold a grudge, or anything. So, you know, and I know that there's a lot of, you know, I encounter at work a lot of them that are just like me, you know, 9 to 5, you know, etc. Do a lot of overtime, work hard, want to just work hard, go home, you know, enjoy my time off when I get it, etc. You know, don't be fooled just because I you know, because social media will make you sound like you're racist, might make you sound like you're you know, have this or that, but don't be fooled by that. Like I said, that's why you gotta, if you're a man and wanna go out with a woman because she looks attractive, talk to her. You know, don't talk to her friends. Don't talk to people around her. Talk to her. Get to know that person. See if she is that one. Because, let's put it this way. You know, if you don't, you'll never know that she hates dogs, and you might love dogs. She might be a person who voted for Trump, and you know there's a lot of people who hate Trump. You know, people who vote for Trump, and you might be one of them. You know, so I mean, talk to these people, get to know these people, because even though, you know, they might have something, you know, about them that you don't like, you know, the worst thing that can happen is that you find stuff that, you know, you find out there's enough that you like rather than dislike, and then, you know, you can move forward with this person. And then there's the flip side. You could also find out that this person is she might be totally a bomb, you know, looking at her, but she might be totally a zero when you talk to her. She might be just a straight up drama case, etc. That, you know, you could sense the building drama just by her talking to you, you know, and you know, you could give yourself that leg up to leave and, you know, run away, you know, for your own safety type of thing, you know. So I mean, just be aware. Communicating is one of the best ways to you know, conduct yourself. And like I said, you know, that's why I try to judge not by the group, which a lot of people want you to judge by the group. I don't remember the first time, but, you know, it took me by surprise that somebody said, you know, what, you know, you hate all Mexicans, you know, And I was like, I just disagreed with this with this one guy, and it's like, no, I don't know, you know, all the Mexicans, etc. I only know you, you know. But you know, people want to do that because it's like they want to drag everybody into it because they want to shut you down. They want to get away with what they're doing. You know, they want you to drag. They want to drag, you know, everybody so that, you know, that they think they get the one up on you.
Hello.
I hit that.
Greetings.
Damn, I'm not near the dog.
Hello. Greetings.
There. Sometimes you gotta be the right alignment.
Hello.
Okay. But yeah. Now he'll wait for me. He's waiting for me to do this.
Greetings.
But you know, like I said, there's also those people who be like, well, if you like Star Trek, you must hate Star Wars then. And how do you make that? How do you make that connection? That makes no sense to me. I would think that if I like Star Trek, I should like Star Wars more, right? Because that mean that I like science fiction
Greetings.
stuff. Or science fiction. I'm still on my quest for my Azure Blade, and I haven't got an ancestral one yet. Give me a second. I'm gonna see who has the best chances of dropping an Azure Blade. Oh, Azure Blade. Okay. So I gotta go Duriel. Okay, got it. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, let's go visit the maggot. I mean, Duriel. I mean the maggot. I mean Duriel. Let's see here. Let's just hope that we get it quick rather than having to. I don't know even how many Duriel stones that I have in order to open this chest. Let me see how many. Okay, I could do at least, what, 13 times. I've never had to do it. I've seen somebody also do that with the beast and like I said, characters I have is the fact that they're all built naturally. You know, short perspective. What you see is it is what it is. Watch the stream, you know. All the lightning coming out. Usually when I see a shot kills, it's like sorcerer or something. Sorcerer, necromancer. Because necromancer, they use bone spear. I don't know what they use sorcerer. You know, I think they nerfed the bone spear though.
chemtrail. Well,
They were nothing. Did you truly think all of this would be that easy? Say what? Did you truly think all of this would be that easy? No escape. Those only fuel my rage. This is the beginning.
I can break that down. There's that. You can still use these. There's that. That looks worn. I can fix it.
Hail to you, traveler.
I suppose I could take that off your hands.
ancestrals aren't dropping, and I don't see. Yeah, I'm not getting Azure Blade. Azure Wraith, actually. He was supposed to have the highest chance, but I don't think so.
Nobody walks anymore.
Aspen. Fighting him alone again. Well, let's see if somebody shows up. I don't know. At least I don't have a camera I mean, then you might be forced to say that, you know, I look as ugly as, you know, I sound. Yeah, I know I'm not that ugly. Even though sometimes I wonder. But I do know that the biggest problem that I have is that when most girls are interested in me, their lack of confidence is what causes them to be rude and stuff like that. So basically, they scare me away in general because they're not confident in themselves. So therefore, then they start saying rude shit. You know. And doing rude shit. I was hoping that with the Paladin that they would added some new mythics, but I guess they never thought that far ahead. They did new legendary uniques, but they didn't do any new mythics. Because I can only imagine what some of the new mythics could have been like, you know, that were specially made for the Paladin. Almost that time. I'm supposed to be right over the X. Yep, he's gonna show up.
Well struck.
That's good salvage. Came apart nicely. Huh.
Another time, then.
All right, traveler.
still say that if Trump can get a 51st state, that'll like make my year, because the words I've always wanted to experience.
Dark days upon us. You need a proper weapon.
Father bless. What do you need?
I need about $4 million after tax.
That's good salvage.
Maybe get one of those nice new Teslas. I'm just joking. I missed it by 8.
Come back if you need work.
And if you don't like Teslas, there's always the Lucid. Lucid is just as good. I only don't know about how far along their auto pilot is. But from what I understand, the car itself is supposed to be more what do you call it? Fancier, you know, less plastic interior, more leather and wood and all that stuff. I just don't know about what the technical difference is between a Tesla and a Lucid. The Lucid had a slightly longer range battery compared, but I don't know. Tesla has been making some groundbreaking stuff lately, so maybe they've caught up. Don't know. The only thing I don't know is about the autopilot, because that seems to be Tesla's big thing right now. definitely automated in China.
Oh, bless you.
Which unfortunately,
Without you.
You're a saint.
that's which one has so much problems now.
Fair trade. Be wary on the road.
Oops.
Anything else?
Yeah. I'm gonna call it here because, you know, as you can tell, my coughing and my voice is
messed up, and you know I'm obviously sick. So I'm gonna call it here, and hopefully I'll be better by Friday. So other than that, is there anything positive? Let's check it, chat, and nope, nothing. So thanks for everybody who showed up, who are watching, and who follow. Like I said, sorry about the voice and the coughing, but you know, when you get sick, you get sick. I wanted to stream, but I didn't. Like I said, I didn't realize my voice was like this, because, you know, like being alone, I never said anything. You know, I from the time I woke up to the time I started streaming, I never opened my mouth except for to eat, and so I didn't know what my voice sounded like. So I didn't know. So I'm sorry about that, but I mean, I don't feel horrible, but the words, you know, I definitely should take care of this. You know, I don't want it to last too long like last time. Last time, which a lot of people, when they caught the cough, it lasted months, and it was just very bad. So I hope that this goes away fairly quickly. So, you know, yet again, everybody stay warm, stay dry, keep healthy. Obviously, like I said, for the last few weeks, I've been failing at the keeping healthy thing. I've been catching colds, I've been, you know, getting food poisoned, I've been this and that. It just, yeah, it doesn't, I just seem to be attracting very bad luck. So, get a good night's sleep, and you know, we'll, like I said, we'll be back on Friday to grind some more. Also, you know, if there's something, if you have a goal, if there's something that you want or something that you want to do, improve on in your life, definitely figure out what it is, and you know, figure out the path you need to take it to get it. Because nothing happens positive in your life unless you worked for it. You know, if you want a girlfriend, you got to go out and you got to talk. You got to go find who your girls are, and you got to talk to them. You know, and try not to be rude, or try not to be sus, and try not to be, you know, sound like a stalker and all that stuff. Just act casual. Just say hello, and you know, see what follows. And go from there. If there's something that you like at the store, you know, figure out ways to get the money together, and you know, go and purchase it before it disappears. I mean, like I said, happiness does not form in a vacuum. You gotta do something. You gotta work toward it. You just can't sit there and expect happiness to just drop in your lap. So, you know, please, if you want to be happy, if you want to, you know, be successful, etc., figure it out. Think about it. You know, there's some stuff that might seem insurmountable, but do your best. You know, the worst thing that can happen is that, you know, if it's a girl, or maybe it's a guy, you know, they could say no, or they could say that I'm not gay, or I'm not a lesbian, you know, and that, you know, but the thing is that it doesn't mean that you can't be friends, you know, or friendly toward each other. So the words, you know, just think about it, work toward it, work toward whatever makes you happy.
because you can't make money. You can't do certain things without actually, working or making it happen. So, just do your best. That's all we could, anybody could ever do. And then hopefully you succeed. I rather have happy people in my chat. People who really care and, like saying hello and, are happy to be here. When I'm in other people's chats, because of the fact that I'm also a streamer, I try to be quiet or try to keep my comments to a minimum. But I mean, I try to, when I do talk, I try to be funny. I try to be happy. I don't want to be a downer in somebody else's chat. And, and I definitely am not going to call attention to myself that, oh yeah, I'm a streamer type of thing too. And, I'm not going to, I might have knowledge of streaming, I have, mentioned streamer things, but I've never, gone out and self-promoted myself. And that's another thing. That's exactly, I mean, if I'm not doing it in somebody else's chat, don't expect me to want it here, because like I put no ads. I don't send ads to other people's streams, and I definitely will never do that. And I definitely am not going to self-promote. Now if another streamer, I'm in their stream and they know who I am, and they know I'm a streamer, that's a whole nother story. If they mention it, that's on them. And they have their rules. So if they want to call it to people's attention that I'm a streamer, that I mean, I'm thankful for the advertising, but I'm not going to do that. When I go to other people's streams, my intention is to watch other people, the other people. Is not to be like, oh yeah, I'm a streamer just like you, blah 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 blah. No, I go to another stream, and I'm a normal person. Now, if they should give me some special attention, or if they should call me out, like, oh yeah, he's a streamer, blah blah blah, that's a whole nother animal. That's a whole nother, and luckily that's never happened, because if I'm in somebody else's stream, I don't really want the attention. I just want to watch the stream. But that's a whole nother story. Other people need that attention. I just want to be successful on my own stream. Using the skills, for myself. I don't want to, use another person's stream to promote myself. And I'm sure there are people who know that I'm a streamer that they just don't say anything because I don't say anything. And that's good. I don't mind that. If there's a time and a place, and like I said, if the person's okay with it, if they bring it up, I might reply. Who knows? We'll see. And not only that, but my attitude on other people's streams is also based on what I deem is the other people's expectations of what they want their chat to be like. Like, for instance, there's this one streamer who's very friendly, who doesn't mind if I say that she has sexy legs or that she has a nice smile. She's not offended by that. She doesn't take that. And other people mention that she's an attractive young woman too. So I hope that I don't I don't want to overstep, type of thing. And there are streamers out there who can take a compliment, and who could draw a line themselves, and it is not a bad thing. And then there's others who you can't even say that, oh, you have a nice smile today, and they'll kill you. They'll literally, you'll feel like they want to ban you because oh my God, he's mentioning that I'm attractive again, blah blah blah. So many people call me attractive. I don't like it, But I mean, they're different streamers, different people. Everybody has their own limits, has their own line. So Be careful where you draw, where what you say, be knowledgeable. Don't be a weirdo, like they say. A number of streamers that call them weirdos, but they're not weirdos. They're just, let's put it this way: how much practice does anybody get talking to a girl? And especially nowadays, when most girls don't want nothing to do with men. They just want my booty. They just want, to have sex with me or blah, blah, blah. And, it's bad. And then they wonder why do men not take interest in women? And it's considering the attitude of a lot of women, especially when you're in a democratic state like I am, where a lot of the women are, on the left, or if not slightly, they're majorly on the left, and a man? I don't need a man, I don't want a relationship, and this and that and the other. And you're just grateful that if you ever meet a girl that will straight up say hi to you and talk to you like a normal person. I mean, I met a couple in my last job that were nice. I'll miss that, even though we're not going to be boyfriend and girlfriend. But I don't mind talking to level-headed young women type of thing. Who have the ability to talk and not be so awkward type of thing, or put up with an awkward person like me, sometimes, who have the patience for a person like me sometimes, like I said, who I'm just sometimes like other people, I don't know what to say, but, hopefully one day I'll meet some more girls that, don't mind talking, at least we can say hi, bye, whatever, to each other, and not have issues. But other than that, like I said, plan for some positivity in your life and make it happen. Don't sit there and be depressed and sad all the time. Go out, make it happen. Sometimes just going outside during a sunny day, will help improve your mental and stuff like that. Just like I said, it could be a small thing. You can feel depressed, you can feel unhappy, whatever, and it could be just a small thing that'll turn your day around. So but you gotta move. You gotta at least try. If you sit there like a log all day, or it's just curl up in a ball in your bed, you're not gonna help yourself. You might be comfortable in your bed, but you're not gonna make yourself any happier. So get out there, try, be happy, and go from there. And with that, I gotta try, and I gotta try to make this happen where I get myself better, and then I can be happier, and see how it goes from there. And if not, I got another couple of things that I could do, which might improve my outlook on things. But most importantly, thanks for everything, and hopefully I'll talk to you all with my normal voice next time, and then